earlier. I just want to let you know that we're running behind due to some technical difficulties. Thank you.
Thank you.
So you want this here, you want to mute, right?
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Compliance Audit Committee meeting. Sorry, just now we had some technical problems. Now it's fixed. Now we can start the meeting. Karina, can you please start to record the meeting? And also, Mike, can you please do the web broadcast? Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you again for your indulgence. Apologies for the delay. My name is Sarah Gelgor, and I'm the chair of the Compliance Audit Committee. I'm joined today by my fellow committee members. Ramin Faraji is here in person, and Lawrence D'Souza is online with us today. The committee administrator has confirmed that we have quorum, so I'll now call meeting 11 of the Compliance Audit Committee to order. Welcome, everyone. Today's meeting is being held with committee members, city staff, and parties participating both by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 2. City Hall is open to the public, and anyone is welcome to attend the meeting at City Hall today. The public may continue to participate electronically by video conference. This meeting is also being live streamed online at www.youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live. I ask everyone for their patience with any delays and technical issues. And I'd also like to ask everyone to keep your microphones on mute unless you're speaking. Members, please ensure that your video is turned on at all times. As part of each agenda item, I will ask members to raise their hand or unmute the microphone if they wish to ask questions or to speak. When voting, members, please raise your hand in front of your camera for those who are online to indicate your vote. Although we are in different locations and meeting remotely today, the Compliance Audit Committee acknowledges the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Members, are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? All right, seeing none, we will proceed. And may I have a motion from one of our members to confirm the minutes of the meeting on July 29th, 2024? Member Faraji, thank you. All those in favor? Members? Thank you. And nobody opposed, and the motion carries. I'll now proceed to outline the procedure and the format of today's committee meeting. The purpose of today's meeting is to consider 9 auditors' reports that the city clerk is sending to the committee on contributions in the 2023 by-election for mayor who appear to have contravened contribution limits under Section 88.9 of the Municipal Elections Act, 1996. For each item, we will begin with a presentation from BDO Canada LLP, the external auditor that completed each report. Then the relevant contributor and each candidate for each item will be given an opportunity to speak if they are present. The contributor and candidate will be given sufficient time to address the reports. If you wish to speak and have not already registered your intention to do so, please email the clerk's staff now at complianceaudit@toronto.ca. All speakers are asked to confine their comments to the item being considered. After each speaker, the Compliance Audit Committee will have an opportunity to ask questions. And the committee has also received written communications for some of the audit reports, and we have considered those and will consider them during our deliberations. For each item, the committee may decide it needs to meet in closed session to deliberate in private. If so, I will move a motion to close the meeting, at which point members of the public and media will be asked to leave the committee room if they are in person at City Hall, and if they're participating remotely, they will be moved into the WebEx lobby and readmitted once the committee resumes in public session. We may do this multiple times over the course of the meeting today, as we will consider each report separately. All right, are there any preliminary motions from members? Seeing none, we will kick off. I've consulted with our city legal staff, and I've received advice that we can change the ordering of the agenda for today. So I'm going to commence with item EA 11.2. And then what we'll do is we're going to move through each agenda item where we have participants present, either in person or virtually. so that participants don't need to spend the whole day here, as we do have a number of items. So I apologize for a bit of the confusion. City staff, please indulge me, but I think it might be a bit more efficient if we move around a little bit. So I'm going to start with item 11.2, and that is Chris, and I apologize if my pronunciation is incorrect, but Galifi and Cristina Galifi. For this item, we have received submissions, and upon receiving advice from City Legal, we will be dismissing this item. We are satisfied that there does not appear to be an apparent breach of the Municipal Elections Act. So if I could make a motion to, sorry? No, it's to dismiss this item. And if I can make a motion to dismiss EA 11.2, members?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
may I interrupt? Instead of dismissed, can you, the Municipal Elections Act requires the committee to only commence a legal proceeding or decide not to commence a legal proceeding?
Okay, I
And
appreciate
so, if we.
All right, thank you. So the wording of the motion will, I'll leave it with City Legal to draft it appropriately, but we have made a decision not to commence a legal proceeding for item EA 11.2, and I'm looking at my legal friends, and they are nodding. All right, thank you. So all in favor? Thank you. And so that one carries, and we will not be commencing a legal proceeding for that item. So I'm now going to go back to,
Sorry, Madam Chair,
Yes.
would you like to see a decision on 11.2? To
does
not commence?
city legal staff recommend that we see a decision?
We have one prepared.
All right, then let's see a decision. Thank you. Sorry, folks, I'm trying to be overly efficient today. Now, if we are following protocol, do we need to see that decision in camera? And I'm looking at, do we need to see that in camera, or can that be in public session? Okay. Okay, we will review that in public session. Thank you. right, thank you, everybody. We do have the decision drafted. I'm not going to read it. It will be posted on the City of Toronto website for the Compliance Audit Committee, but I will move a motion that the Compliance Audit Committee has decided not to commence legal proceedings against Chris Galifi and Cristina Galifi. May I have a seconder, please? We don't second. Okay, sorry, I'm going off script. All in favor, members? All right, and the motion passed. Thank you to council and to the contributors for your submissions. So at this time, I'm going to go back to item EA 11.1, and then that will be followed by EA 11.8, as I understand that we do have participants here in person, so just to be a bit more efficient. But starting with EA 11.1, Paul Ferris, a contributor in the 2023 by-election for mayor who appears to have contravened contribution limits under Section 88.9 of the Municipal Elections Act 1996. Are there any preliminary requests from the parties? All right, seeing none, we will start with a presentation from BDO Canada LLP, followed by remarks from the contributor and the candidate, if they are present. And if I could now turn to BDO Canada to provide their presentation, please.
Thank you. This is a presentation for Paul Ferris, a contributor who appears to have contravened contribution limits under Section 88.9 of the Municipal Elections Act 1996. The City Clerk retained BDO Canada to conduct an independent evaluation. The objective of this evaluation was to conduct a review of the financial statements submitted by candidates and third-party advertisers in Toronto's 2023 mayoral by-election, in order to determine whether any contributions to candidates or third-party advertisers appeared to have exceeded the contribution limits as defined in the Municipal Elections Act 1996, and prepare a report to the City Clerk in respect to each contributor who appeared to have contravened any of the contribution limits outlined in the Act. Reporting requirement for candidates. Under Section 88.25 of the Act, all candidates who filed a nomination paper must also file a financial statement reflecting their election campaign finances from the date they filed their nomination up to 45 days after voting day in the case of a by-election. In accordance with Section 88.34 of the Act, the clerk shall review the contributions reported on the financial statement submitted by a candidate under Section 88.25 to determine whether any contributor appears to have exceeded any of the contribution limits under Section 88.9. Under Section 88.29 of the Act, all third-party advertisers who filed a notice of registration must also file a financial statement reflecting their election campaign finances from the date of their registration was certified up to 45 days after voting day in the case of a by-election. In accordance with Section 88.36 of the Act, the clerk shall review the contributions reported on the financial statement submitted by a registered third party under Section 88.29 to determine whether any contributor appears to have exceeded any of the contribution limits under Section 88.13. For candidates, the Act defines campaign contribution as money, goods, or services that are given to a candidate for use in their campaign, including money and goods that a candidate or spouse contributes to their own campaign. For third-party advertisers, the Act defines campaign contributions as money, goods, or services that are given to and accepted by an individual, corporation, or trade union in relation to third-party advertisements, or given to and accepted by another person who is acting under the direction of the individual, corporation, or trade union. In reviewing the contributions listed on the financial statements, the City Clerk is to determine whether the following contribution limits appear to have been exceeded. An individual cannot contribute more than $1,200 to a single candidate for councillor or school board trustee or third-party advertiser. An individual cannot contribute more than $2,500 to a single candidate for mayor. An individual cannot contribute more than $5,000 in total to multiple candidates for the same office or multiple third-party advertisers. The above limits do not apply to contributions made by a candidate or their spouse to the candidate's own campaign. There is a separate formula to determine this contribution limit based on the number of electors in the candidate's ward. BDO's audit approach. The Toronto Elections Unit of the City Clerk's Office provided BDO with the following: PDF scans of all financial statements filed by candidates and third-party advertisers, a data extract containing all contributions entered into the city's online electronic financial filing system. If a candidate or third-party advertiser did not use the electronic financial filing system, Toronto's election staff entered the information from their final statement into the system. To ensure the completeness of the financial statements, BDO performed the following. We compared the candidates for whom BDO did not receive financial statements to the candidates identified as being in default of the Municipal Elections Act to confirm that these financial statements had not been submitted. To ensure the completeness and accuracy of the data extract from the electronic financial filing system, BDO performed the following. We reviewed the financial statements in which BDO did not receive data from the electronic financial filing system to ensure $0 in contribution was indicated on the financial statements. We compared the total value of contributions from each financial statement to the total value of contributions for the candidate or third-party advertiser in the electronic financial filing system data extract to confirm completeness and ensure that there were no duplicate entries in the data extract. We compared on a line-by-line basis each contribution from the candidate or third-party advertiser's financial statement with the electronic financial filing system data extract in order to confirm the completeness and accuracy of the contributor name, addresses, and contribution values. We identified and corrected any variances between the candidate or the third-party advertiser's financial statements and the electronic financial filing system data extract, utilizing the financial statement as the source data. The following procedures were performed to identify any contributors that had contributed in excess of the contribution limits set out in the Act. We compared the contributions per contributor to the single candidate limit, $2,500 for mayor. We compared the contributions per contributor to 2 or more candidates for an office limit, $5,000. We compared the contributions per contributor to the single third-party advertiser limit, $1,200. We compared the contributions per contributor to the 2 or more third-party advertisers limit, $5,000. The following procedures were also performed to identify any potential over-contributions. Identified any individuals with similar first or last names listed at the same address, e.g. M versus Mike versus Michael, or same names listed at different addresses to determine whether any potential over-contributions. Combined the total value of the contributions for any contributors identified with similar or same names and conducted the procedures noted above. BDO provided its preliminary findings to Toronto Elections, who reviewed the findings and undertook to perform its own due diligence by contacting the relevant candidates or third-party advertisers to ask them to provide supporting documentation to help the city clerk determine whether or not the contributors were the same individuals. Contributor Paul Ferris. The above-named contributor's total contribution appears to have exceeded the limits under Section 88.9 of the Act based on the following contributions. 1 contribution to Anna Balbeo, Mayor, $2,500 on May the 4th. 1 contribution to Brad Bradford for Mayor, $2,500 on April the 10th. 2 contributions to Josh Matlow for the office of Mayor, total contribution value $1,000. $500 contributed on the 27th of July and $500 contributed on the 17th of November. The combined contribution value was $6,000, which exceeded the contribution limit of $5,000.
Thank you very much. Do members of the committee have any questions of the external auditor before we hear from presenters? No. All right.
No.
Sorry, Lawrence, do you have any questions?
No, I said.
Okay, thank you. And I understand that we do have presenters here in person today. All right. So I will call on the speakers, and if you could please introduce yourself and provide any additional information that you have.
Thank you. My name is Paul Ferris, the accused in the last presentation. Madam Chair and members of the committee, I have a brief statement to read. I beg your indulgence. I want to thank you for this opportunity to explain myself and what led to this apparent contravention. As you could see from the documents, I made 2 contributions to mayoral candidates. $2,500 to Brad Bradford on April 10th, and $2,500 to Anna Bilal, May 4th. And the election was held June 26th, all of these in 2023. Several weeks after the election, Councillor Matlow reached out on July 17th through a colleague asking to attend a cocktail fundraiser on August 9th. I understood he had significant personal debt resulting from the election. I did not support Councillor Matlow. However, I felt that no credible person who puts themselves forward to serve in public office should suffer personal debt. So I purchased a ticket, although I did not attend the event. I received a donation receipt on July 27th. I received a notice from Councillor Matlow on October 27th that he was still in debt. However, the Mayor, Olivia Chow, was helping to arrange a fundraiser to whittle down the debt, which I'd seen online was in the order of $150,000. I received a notice from former Mayor David Miller on November 16th, 23, also almost 5 months after the election, asking to join Mayor Chow and other city leaders to help eliminate his debt. I quote, it stated, "Running a campaign is very expensive and there is no political party to pay the bills, just the candidate." And also, why in a healthy democracy, it's important that we support good candidates to run for office. So I bought a ticket for a table, $500, and received a receipt on November 17th, followed by an email on November 18th. "Thank you for purchasing a table to Josh Matlow's fundraiser hosted by Mayor Olivia Chow." I did attend that event. I did at the time believe that these were post-election fundraising events. I do believe that my intentions were honorable in support of a person putting himself out there for public service who, in my opinion, should not suffer personal debt. I did not apply for a rebate from the city for this $1,000 donation. From the notice I received, I am a contributor who appears to have contravened contribution limits. I ask for your understanding based on this presentation, and I respectfully ask that you not commence legal proceeding against this contributor. I have copies of all the emails if the committee would like. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ferris. I have 2 questions, and then I'll open it up to my colleagues. Were you aware of the contribution limit?
I was not.
Okay.
Although both my contributions were $2,500, so I knew that was the limit, and I made 2 of them, so.
Okay. And when you were approached after the election for these fundraising events, was there communication provided to prospective donors about the limits in the legislation? Do you recall?
Well, I do recall because I have all the emails printed out. And I did see, after the fact, that at the end of these emails was, on David Miller's, for example, that, if you contribute so much, you can get so much back from the City of Toronto as a rebate. But I actually didn't really connect it. I was more focused on the personal debt that this person had amounted, and I was responding more to that.
Okay, so you indicated that there was information about the rebate. However, do you recall at this time if there was any information about the maximum allowable contribution?
There was not, to my knowledge, and
okay.
I'll give you the emails and you can see.
That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to my colleagues on the committee to see if either of them have any questions. Member D'Souza?
Madam Chair, no, you asked the questions I had in mind. Thank you.
Okay. We have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And do we have any candidates in the room here today? I believe we do not. Just want to confirm. All right. So at this time, I'd like to move a motion that the Compliance Audit Committee recess its public session to meet in closed session to deliberate in private, to consider item EA 11.1, and to receive advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. We do have the motion displayed on the screen. And all those in favor, please raise your hand. All right, motion carries. I will ask the clerk to temporarily close the meeting to members of the public and to only provide access to members of the committee and appropriate staff for the closed session portion of this meeting. In addition, the YouTube live stream will be suspended until the closed session is over. Members, I'd also remind you to arrange your surroundings so that no other person observes any part of the closed session debate. right, thank you everyone for your patience. We have completed our closed session deliberations. Before we move to the decision, do any members wish to speak? Nope. All right, I will ask the clerk to please display the motion on the screen. I'll read the decision, but not the full motion. It will be available online fairly soon. But the decision is that the Compliance Audit Committee has decided not to commence legal proceedings against Paul Ferris. And Mr. Ferris, I'd like to thank you for appearing today and providing oral.
Thank you very much. Would the committee like a copy of my presentation or emails? Or?
I'm looking to our legal counsel.
This is a clerk decision, but if you,
I'm just asking.
this would be a clerk's decision.
Sorry, the clerk's going to come and join you in a moment. All right, thank you. And so if we could have a vote of members, please, all in favor of the motion? All right, it is passed and the motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay. So we're going to now move to item 11.3. I understand that the contributor is here. Yes? Okay. No? Okay. Is the contributor in the room? Yes. All right. Thank you. So we're going to move to EA 11.3, Noah Geist, a contributor in the 2023 by-election for mayor who appears to have contravened contribution limits under Section 88.9 of the Municipal Elections Act. Before we proceed, are there any preliminary requests from any of the parties? All right. Seeing none, I'm going to turn it over to our external auditors, BDO Canada. We've already had a presentation on the methodology and approach to the audit, and so I would ask BDO to dispense with that and to please present only the findings of your audit at this time. And if we could please display that on the screen.
This presentation is for contributor Noah Geist. The above-named contributor's total contribution appears to have exceeded the limit under Section 88.9 of the Act based on the following contributions. Noah contributed $3,500 to Josh Matlow for the office of mayor. He made two contributions, one of $1,000 on the 2nd of August 2023 and one for $2,500 on the 30th of August 2023. Combined, this exceeded the contribution limit of $2,500.
Thank you. Are there any questions of members of the committee before we turn it over to the presenter? All right, seeing none. Mr. Geist, you're welcome to provide your oral comments.
Is this working? There we go. Well, thanks, committee, for hearing me today. I'll just give you the story of how this happened, and you can ask any questions that you like. So I am one of the owners of Black Door Development Company. We're a development company building a project in Councillor Matlow's ward. Councillor Matlow is someone who we've gotten to know over the years and have a lot of respect for the amount of effort he puts into his work in the community, and had the same sentiment that Mr. Ferris did previously. We were actually invited to the same event that Mr. Ferris referenced in his statement. And this was all after the election had taken place. And I recall getting an email from Councillor Matlow's office saying they were hosting an event, and the tickets were $500 each. And I can't remember what I was doing that day, but I remember I called my wife. I asked her to buy 2 tickets for us that were $500 a piece, so that's the first $1,000. And then we went to the event, and Councillor Matlow made a speech thanking everybody for being there, and also conveyed some of the stress the financial stress that he'd been under by having to personally commit such a large financial contribution to his own campaign. And as I mentioned earlier, we had a lot of respect for the amount of effort he's done and the work he does. I do recall receiving an email, but I can't remember when. I think likely it was before the election had taken place. And again, both these contributions had taken place afterwards. And whether or not I received communication post-election, but before this contribution, I can't remember.
Okay, understood. All right, thank you. And Councillor Matlow is not in the room, correct? No, I don't see him. All right. I would now like to move a motion that the Compliance Audit Committee recess its public session to meet in closed session to deliberate in private to consider item EA 11.3 and to receive advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. Members, all those in favor? Thank you. We do have the wording of the motion was shared on the screen. At this time, I will ask the clerk to temporarily close the meeting to members of the public and to only provide access to members and appropriate staff for the closed session portion of the meeting. In addition, the YouTube live stream will be suspended until the closed session is over. Members, I would ask you to arrange your surroundings so that no other person observes any part of the closed session debate. right, thank you for your patience. We have completed our closed session deliberations. Before we move to the decision, do either of the members have anything that they wish to share? Nope. All right, seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to display the motion, please. And I will not read the full decision. I will just read the sort of the pertinent parts, and the content of the decision will be posted on the website. The Compliance Audit Committee has decided not to commence legal proceedings against Noah Geist, the contributor. And all those in favor, members, and the motion carries. Thank you, and thank you again, Mr. Geist, for your oral submission. At this time, I'm going to move to item 8, which I believe has people here present to provide submissions. So I apologize for jumping around, but hopefully, just in the interest of efficiency, this will work. So for item 8, EA 11.8, John Love and John E. Love, a contributor in the 2023 by-election for mayor, who appears to have contravened contribution limits under Section 88.9 of the Municipal Elections Act 1996. Are there any preliminary requests from any of the parties? Seeing none, I am my pages. All right, so I'm going to turn to the external auditors, BDO, and if you could please jump to the findings portion of your presentation, as you've already walked us through the methodologies and approaches.
This is a presentation for contributor John Love or John E. Love. The above-named contributors are possibly the same person, and their total contribution appears to have exceeded the limit under Section 88.9 of the Act based on the following contributions. First contribution to Anthony Thury for the office of mayor for $500 on August the 9th, 2023. Contribution 2 to Josh Matlow for the office of mayor for $2,000, split between 3 contributions, one on the 25th of May 2023 for $1,000, one on the 26th of July 2023 for $500, and one on the 13th of November 2023 for $500. Contribution 3 to Brad Bradford for the candidate's office of mayor for $1,000 on the 12th of May 2023. Contribution to Mark Saunders, total contribution $1,500. The first contribution of $1,000 on the 17th of May 2023, and the second contribution for $500 on the 30th of January 2024. And the fifth contribution to Anna Balau for $1,000 on the 24th of April 2023. The combined contribution value is $6,000, which exceeds the contribution limit of $5,000 for multiple candidates.
Thank you very much. Do either of the members have any questions of the auditor before we move to the presenter? All right. Hello. Can you please introduce yourself? And the floor is yours for your presentation.
Thank you. You hear me? Good morning, members of the committee and city staff. My name is David Vernon, and I'm here today representing John Love. John cannot attend this morning, and he asked that I attend on his behalf. At the risk of being extremely brief, the facts as presented by Mr. Ferris and Mr. Geist are the same as applicable to John Love. Mr. Love contributed amounts to 4 candidates after the June 2023 election that totaled $2,000. These amounts led to him exceeding the total allowable limit of $5,000 by $1,000. Mr. Love made these contributions on the basis that these funds were to be used as expense reimbursement for each candidate and was not aware that they would be included in the contribution limits. This was an oversight on his part, which he regrets. In each case, candidates reached out directly to him seeking contributions for expense reimbursement. Mr. Love felt strongly that no candidate should have to bear significant expenses for participating in the democratic process. I have copies of all the email correspondence that pertains to these 4 contributions, should the committee wish to view them. And on this basis, I respectfully request that the committee decide not to proceed with any disciplinary proceedings regarding this matter. I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee has.
Thank you. So I'm going to kick off. What is your relationship to the contributor?
John and I are colleagues. We work together at the same business.
Okay, thank you. And have you reviewed the said emails that you just referenced? Yes. Do any of those emails include any communication relating to contribution limits?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. All right, thank you. Do either of my colleagues have any questions?
No,
D'Souza?
I don't have.
No, okay.
No, I don't have.
Thank you. And are any of the candidates who are the recipients of contributions in the room? I don't see any. Okay. I would like to move a motion that the Compliance Audit Committee recess its public session to meet in closed session to deliberate in private to consider item EA 11.8 and to receive advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. Members, if you're in favor, raise your hand. Thank you. The motion carries. At this time, I will ask the clerk to temporarily close the meeting to members of the public and to only provide access to members and appropriate staff for the closed session portion of this meeting. In addition, the YouTube live stream will be suspended until the closed session is complete. Member D'Souza, I would remind you to arrange your surroundings so that no other person observes any part of the closed session debate. Thank you. We have completed our closed session deliberations, and I will ask the clerk to please display the motion on the screen. The full motion will be posted on the City of Toronto website, and I will read the decision. The Compliance Audit Committee has decided not to commence legal proceedings against John Love, or John E. Love, as noted in the contributions. And I'd like to thank Mr. Love's agent for appearing today and sharing submissions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no one else in the room, I'm now going to go back to the items that we have not. Oh, sorry. Motion. I apologize. Thank you. City staff have just advised me, and motion carries. Thank you. All right, so we're going to jump back, and we're going to go to item EA 11.4, and that is Hashem Ghadaki, a contributor in the 2023 by-election for mayor who appears to have contravened contribution limits under Section 88.9 of the Municipal Elections Act, 1996. I take it there are no questions from other members, and if we could turn to the external auditor, BDO Canada, if you could go to your findings.
This is a presentation for Hashem Ghadaki. The name of the above-named contributor's total contribution appears to have exceeded the limit under Section 88.9 of the Act, based on the following contributions. Contribution 1 to Anthony Perusa of $2,500, split between two contributions, one of $1,250 on the 28th of April 2023, and one for another $1,250 from the 17th of November 2023. Contribution 2 to Anna Balau for $2,000 on the 8th of May 2023. Contribution 3 to Mark Saunders of $1,750 on the 26th of May 2023. Combined contribution value was $6,250, which exceeded the contribution limit of $5,000 for multiple candidates.
Thank you. And it would appear that nobody is here on behalf of the contributor or the candidate. All right, in that case, I would like to move a motion that the Compliance Audit Committee recess its public session to meet in closed session to deliberate in private to consider item EA 11.4 and to receive advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. All those in favor? And the motion is carried. I'll ask the clerk to temporarily close the meeting to members of the public and to only provide access to members and appropriate staff for the closed session portion of this meeting. In addition, the YouTube live stream will be suspended until the closed session is over. And Member D'Souza, I would remind you to arrange your surroundings so that no other person observes any part of the closed session discussion. Okay, thank you. Lawrence? Any observations?
Just a comment. There are two addresses here. The first 1,250 to Anthony Perusa, 28th April has one address, and then subsequent one, all three are a different address. But again, the donor is not present here. Would have helped us to make a decision. But then should we?
Sorry, hang on, hang on.
Yeah.
Can we have a motion to go back into public session, Lawrence? Oh, we did it? Sorry. Okay. Okay, we have completed our closed session deliberations, and I would ask the clerk to please display the motion on the screen. I will read the decision, but the full text will be displayed on the website. The Compliance Audit Committee has decided not to commence legal proceedings against Hashem Ghadaki. And we will now move to the next item, please. Oh, sorry, a motion. All in favor? Thank you. No one opposed, and it carries. All right, now I do see that we have sort of external counsel still on the line. Were you presenting in support of any of the other items?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm here for David Green, the next item on the agenda.
Okay, lovely. Thank you. Sorry, we didn't realize that we would have gone to that one just to not keep you waiting.
Okay.
But all right. Item EA 11.5, David Green, David Y. Green, a contributor in the 2023 by-election for mayor who appears to have contravened contribution limits under Section 88.9 of the Municipal Elections Act. Do we have any preliminary requests from any of the parties? No? All right. Seeing none, then I'm going to turn to the external auditors, BDO, and if you could dispense with the methodology portion of your presentation and share with us your findings, please.
This is a presentation for David Green or David Y. Green. The above named contributors are possibly the same person, and their total contribution appears to have exceeded the limit under Section 88.9 of the Act based on the following contributions. Contribution 1 to Anna Bilal for $2,500 on the 9th of June 2023. Contribution 2 to Josh Matlow for $2,500 on the 10th of May 2023. And contribution 3 to Olivia Chow for $2,500 on the 10th of May 2023. The combined contribution value was $7,500, which exceeded the contribution limit of $5,000 for multiple candidates.
Thank you, and I believe we do have a presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Jeffrey Crocker. I'm legal counsel for Mr. Green, and also for the record as well, I'm also the CFO and legal counsel to Mark Saunders' campaign. However, I have not spoken on any item related to that today. Mr. Green has retained me to review this matter with you today, and I wish just to give you a bit of background. First of all, I think many of you will know Mr. Green, who is a well-known property developer here in the city, is also current vice chair of the YMCA for Greater Toronto and sits on their board for the Academy for Children with Special Learning Needs here in the city. He's also chair of the redevelopment committee at Baycrest Facilities and president of the Canadian Friends for Ranba. Of course, Mr. Green is an active and important member of Toronto's community, and he does support the democratic process. And with that came his 3 donations. In my discussions with Mr. Green, he was aware of the $2,500 individual limit, but was not aware of and indicates that he does not feel he was informed of the aggregate limit of $5,000. He says that this was a matter of total inadvertence. And given his inadvertence in this, he has taken steps to ensure that this does not happen again by making sure that going forward, those who assist him in these numbers understand the aggregate numbers. And with that, he respectfully requests that the committee not pursue any legal action against him, as this was totally out of inadvertence. And he is now keenly aware going forward of the aggregate limit.
Thank you. Just one question, and we see donations, some are made in the name David Green, and then there's with the initial Y, David Y. Green, and that was the donation to Josh Matlow on the 10th of May. Why the difference in name?
Mr. Green's middle initial is in fact Y, and I think often, depending on if this was an online transaction or not, it's how perhaps the transaction populates online. Sometimes, for instance, my name, Jeffrey Crocker, goes in as one under one credit card, and then Jeffrey J. Crocker as another on a different. And again, there was no intention to deceive or do otherwise. Obviously, the addresses line up, so there was no intention there to try to alter one's identity.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to give my fellow committee members an opportunity to pose any questions they may have. Okay. And Member D'Souza, do you have any questions?
No, I don't.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And so we do not have the candidates here. So at this time, I'd like to move a motion that the Compliance Audit Committee recess its public session to meet in closed session to deliberate in private to consider item EA 11.5 and to receive advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, with that advice coming from city legal staff. All those in favor? Thank you, and the motion carries. I will at this time ask the clerk to temporarily close the meeting to members of the public and to only provide access to members and appropriate staff for the closed session portion of this meeting. In addition, the YouTube live stream will be suspended until the closed session is over. Member D'Souza, I'd also remind you to arrange your surroundings so that no other person observes any part of the closed session debate. right, we are back in open session. We have completed our closed session deliberations. Thank you, folks, for your patience. And I will at this time ask the clerk to please display the motion on the screen. The full decision will be available online on the City of Toronto website. I will read out the decision of the committee. The Compliance Audit Committee has decided not to commence legal proceedings against David Green and David Y. Green. Council, thank you for your submissions. They were helpful. And
Thank you very much.
can I get a motion? Can I make a motion to adopt the decision? Everyone, members, thank you. All in favor? Thank you. And we are going to adjourn at this time for a lunch break. We will return at 1:30. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, Lawrence. We're still waiting for some people to come back in, and we are experiencing some technical difficulties again. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Lawrence. Yeah, we are still waiting for the chair and Ramin to come through security. They were stuck there.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Lauren, sorry about that, and everyone else.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. We are moving to item EA 11.6. Charles Hazell, a contributor in the 2023 by-election for mayor, who appears to have contravened contribution limits under Section 88.9 of the Municipal Elections Act 1996. Do we have any preliminary requests from parties? All right. Seeing none, we'll move to the presentation from BDO Canada, the external auditors. Given that we did break over lunch and we may have new people joining us online, I would ask that you go through your full presentation for this item, and then we will have abbreviated presentations for the subsequent items, please.
This is BDO Canada's presentation for Charles Hazell, a contributor who appears to have contravened contribution limits under Section 88.9 of the Municipal Elections Act 1996. The City Clerk retained BDO Canada LLP to conduct an independent evaluation. The objective of this evaluation was to conduct a review of the financial statements submitted by candidates and third-party advertisers in Toronto's 2023 mayoral by-election, in order to determine whether any contributions to candidates or third-party advertisers appear to have exceeded the contribution limits as defined in the Municipal Elections Act 1996, and prepare a report to the City Clerk in respect to each contributor who appeared to have contravened any of the contribution limits outlined in the Act. Under Section 88.25 of the Act, all candidates who filled a nomination paper must also file a financial statement reflecting the election campaign finances from the date they filed their nomination up to 45 days after voting date in the case of a by-election. In accordance with Section 88.34 of the Act, the clerk shall review the contributions reported on the financial statements submitted by a candidate under Section 88.25 to determine whether any contributor appears to have exceeded any of the contribution limits under Section 88.9. Under Section 88.29 of the Act, all third-party advertisers who filed a notice of registration must also file a financial statement reflecting their election campaign finances from the date their registration was certified up to 45 days after voting day in the case of a by-election. In accordance with Section 88.36 of the Act, the clerk shall review the contributions reported on the financial statements submitted by a registered third party under Section 88.29 to determine whether any contributor appears to have exceeded any of the contribution limits under Section 88.13. For candidates, the Act defines campaign contributions as money, goods, or services that are given to a candidate for use in their campaign, including money and goods that a candidate or spouse contributes to their own campaign. For third-party advertisers, the Act defines campaign contributions as money, goods, or services that are given to and accepted by an individual, corporation, or trade union in relation to third-party advertisements, or given to and accepted by another person who is acting under the direction of the individual, corporation, or trade union. In reviewing the contributions listed on the financial statements, the City Clerk is to determine whether any following contribution limits appear to have been exceeded. An individual cannot contribute more than $1,200 to a single candidate for councillor or school board trustee or third-party advertiser. An individual cannot contribute more than $2,500 to a single candidate for mayor, and an individual cannot contribute more than $5,000 in total to multiple candidates for the same office or multiple third parties. The above contribution limits do not apply to contributions made by a candidate or their spouse to the candidate's own campaign. There is a separate formula to determine the contribution limit based on the number of electors in the candidate's ward. Our audit approach. The Toronto Elections Unit of the City Clerk's Office provided BDO with the following: PDF scans of all financial statements filed by the candidates and the third-party advertisers, a data extract containing all contributions entered into the City's online electronic financial filing system. If a candidate or third-party advertiser did not use the electronic financial filing system, Toronto election staff entered the information from their financial statement into the system. To ensure the completeness of the financial statements, BDO performed the following. We compared the candidates for whom BDO did not receive a financial statement to the candidates identified as being in default of the Municipal Elections Act to confirm that these financial statements had not been submitted. To ensure the completeness and accuracy of the data extract from the electronic financial filing system, BDO performed the following. We reviewed the financial statements in which BDO did not receive data from the electronic financial filing system to ensure $0 in contributions was indicated on the financial statements. We compared the total value of contributions from each financial statement to the total value of contributions for the candidate or third-party advertiser in the electronic financial filing system data extract to confirm the completeness and ensure there were no duplicate entries in the data extract. We compared on a line-by-line basis each contribution from the candidate or third-party advertiser's financial statement with the electronic financial filing system data extract in order to confirm the completeness and accuracy of the contributors' name, addresses, and contribution values. We identified and corrected any variances between the candidate or third-party advertiser's financial statement and the electronic financial filing system data extract, utilizing the financial statement as the source data. The following procedures were performed to identify any contributors that had contributed in excess of the contribution limits set out in the Act. We compared the contributions per contributor to the single candidate limits, $2,500 for mayor. We compared the contributions per contributor to the two or more candidates for an office limit, $5,000, and we compared the contributions per contributor to the single third-party advertisers limits, $1,200, and we compared the contributions per contributor to the two or more third-party advertisers limit of $5,000. The following procedures were also performed to identify any potential additional over-contributors. We identified any individuals with similar first or last names listed at the same address, e.g. M versus Mike versus Michael, or same names listed at different addresses to determine any potential over-contributions. We combined the total value of the contributions for any contributors identified with similar or same names and conducted the procedures noted above. BDO provided its preliminary findings to Toronto Elections, who reviewed the findings and undertook to perform its own due diligence by contacting the relevant candidates or third-party advertisers to ask them to provide supporting documentation to help the City Clerk determine whether or not the contributors were the same individuals. Contributor Charles Hazell. The above-named contributor's total contribution appears to have exceeded the limit under Section 88.9 of the Act based on the following contributions. Charles contributed $2,700 to Mitzi Hunter for the office of mayor in two contributions, one contribution of $2,500 on the 28th of May 2023 and one contribution of $200 on the 15th of December 2023.
Thank you very much. We did receive written submissions from the candidate, and I don't see any presenters in the room. Do we have any presenters online? All right, seeing none. At this time, unless my fellow committee members have any questions or comments, I would like to move a motion that the Compliance Audit Committee recess its public session to meet in closed session to deliberate in private to consider EA 11.6 and to receive advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. Members, those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. Motion carries. At this time, I will ask the clerk to temporarily close the meeting to members of the public and to only provide access to members and appropriate staff for the closed session portion of the meeting. In addition, the YouTube live stream will be suspended until the closed session is over. And Member Souza, I would remind you to arrange your surroundings so that no other person observes any part of the closed session debate. Thank you. Okay, so we are back in public session. We already had a motion that brought us back here, and we have completed our closed session deliberations. The decision is up on the screen. The full decision will be posted on the public website. I will read just the first line. The Compliance Audit Committee has decided not to commence legal proceedings against Charles Hazell, the contributor. All right, we will now move to the next item, which is, yeah, all those in favor of the decision, raise your hand, and the motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, item EA 11.7, C. Kim and N. Kim, a contributor in the 2023 by-election for mayor who appears to have contravened contribution limits under Section 88.9 of the Municipal Elections Act 1996. And I'll turn to our external auditors, BDO Canada, and I would ask you to bypass the methodology and approach sections and simply come to your conclusions.
Thank you. This is for contributor C. Kim or N. Kim. The above named contributors are possibly the same person, and their total contribution appears to have exceeded the limit under Section 88.9 of the Act. Based on the following contributions, Josh Matlow received a total of $5,000 over 2 contributions, both on June 22nd, 2023, and both for $2,500. One from C. Kim and one from N. Kim.
Thank you. We do not have anybody in the room to speak to this item. Do we have anyone online? Nope. All right. So with that, I now. All right, I'd like to move motion that the Compliance Audit Committee.
I do have a question for the auditors.
Okay, sorry.
For the auditors.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yep.
Right, through you, Madam Chair, for the auditors. I know we're familiar with the methodology here. Could we just maybe focus on identifying that this is the same individual, given that the date is exactly the same date, and I think, again, addresses are the same, how you arrive at the conclusion that it is the same individual?
So we would provide these names and this information to the city clerk's office, and this would be one of the steps where they would try and contact the contributor or the candidate. I suppose in this situation they weren't able to get any clarification, but just because we didn't have a full name and only an initial, we felt it was enough of a grey area that it needs to be looked into more.
So are you confident that it is the same individual? C and N Kim? I mean, Kim is being the last name, right? Could it not be that in 2 individuals attending an event and making a contribution at the same time?
I agree, it certainly could be.
Okay, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so essentially we're not sure whether we're talking about 1 contributor or 2. It's inconclusive, correct?
Yes. In the same way that some others are, where the name's not quite so potentially obvious 2 different people, but they would have been tried to be contacted to get more information, and if they would have been able to clarify that if it was very clear, similar to the Cristina situation earlier.
Right. I guess my point is that with even the examples that we have seen today, it is usually the middle initial that is, quite telling, and then in no case the contributions have been on the same date from the same address. I'm just wondering, from the city staff, do we reconcile the list of eligible voters and try to help the auditors with that to see who is at that address, who are the eligible voters?
I can tell you that we reached out to this candidate to provide information about whether or not this person was two people or one person, and the candidate never responded or provided any evidence in this situation. I think the reason why they were flagged is because it's initials, and people often can go by their middle name versus their first name, and the fact that it just went by initials is kind of inconclusive.
Okay, but just to confirm, and it's fine either way, there wasn't let's say, a reverse lookup to see at that address who are the eligible voters and try to make it.
No, we didn't do that.
Fair enough. Yeah, that satisfies my questions.
Okay, so along those same lines, I have a question for staff as well. And when we look at candidate and Councillor Matlow's financial statements, then there's a notation that $10,000 was received from NKIM, and some of that was returned because of overcontribution, but CKIM was only $2,500. And so you indicated that staff had reached out to the candidate, but not to the contributor, correct?
Yeah, generally our practice is all in over-contribution situations is always to go to the candidate to provide evidence like photo ID or something of the contributors to prove that they're different people. We don't reach out to the contributors directly because we don't often have contact information for them, but the candidate should.
Okay, but yet the contributors are notified of the item coming to this committee.
Yeah, that is correct. Where, like, sometimes we have contact information for contributors, sometimes we don't, which is why our general practice is to reach out to the candidate.
Okay, thank you. Member Souza, do you have any questions or comments, either for the auditors or for city staff?
No, I don't have any further questions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I wish to move a motion that the Compliance Audit Committee recess its public session to meet in closed session to deliberate in private to consider item EA 11.7 and to receive advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. All those in favor? Motion is carried. At this time, I would like to ask the clerk to temporarily close the meeting to members of the public and to only provide access to members and appropriate staff for the closed session portion of this meeting. In addition, the YouTube live stream will be suspended until the closed session is complete. right, we have completed our closed session deliberations, and I would ask the clerk to please display the motion on the screen. The full decision will be available on the City of Toronto website. I will read our decision. The Compliance Audit Committee has decided not to commence legal proceedings against CKIM and NKIM. If we could have a vote, all in favor of this motion, and the motion carries. Thank you very much, and we are going to move to the last item of today's meeting, and that is EA 11.9, Colleen Peddie, a contributor in the 2023 by-election for mayor who appears to have contravened contribution limits under Section 88.9 of the Municipal Elections Act, 1996. And I'll turn to our external auditors, BDO Canada, and if you could simply provide the findings of your audit.
This is a presentation for Colleen Peddie. The above-named contributor's total contribution appears to have exceeded the limit under Section 88.9 of the Act based on the following contributions. Contribution 1, $1,000 to candidate Chloe Brown on the 22nd of June 2023. Contribution 2, $2,500 to candidate Olivia Chow on the 22nd of June 2023. And 2 contributions to Josh Matlow, totaling $2,000, one for $1,000 on the 22nd of June 2023, and one for $1,000 on the 7th of September 2023. The combined contribution value was $5,500, which exceeds the contribution limit for multiple candidates.
We have received written submissions in relation to this item. Do we have anybody online who wishes to present? All right. Seeing no one who wishes to speak to this, I'd like to move a motion that the Compliance Audit Committee recess its public session to meet in closed session to deliberate in private to consider item EA 11.9 and to receive advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege. All in favor? Thank you. The motion carries. I'll ask the clerk to temporarily close the meeting to members of the public and to only provide access to members and appropriate staff for the closed session portion of this meeting. In addition, the YouTube live stream will be suspended until the closed session is over. Member Souza, I'd also remind you to arrange your surroundings so that no other person observes any part of the closed session discussion. completed our closed session deliberations, and I'll ask the clerk to please display the motion on the screen. The decision in full will be posted on the City of Toronto website. I will read the first portion of the decision. The Compliance Audit Committee has decided not to commence legal proceedings against Colleen Peddie. Can we have a vote on this motion, please, from members? And the motion carries. Thank you, and that concludes our business for today, and we are adjourned. I'd like to thank city staff for all of your contributions today, as well as our external auditors and my fellow colleagues on the Compliance Audit Committee. Thank you, everyone. Have a great afternoon.
Yeah, thank you.